Alright, so let's... yeah, let's get this going. Okay. Welcome back. Fuck it. Click, click, clack. Good. Okay. Let's keep going. Alright, let's see where this goes. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, Drew Measham was who was killed. Wasn't Drew Measham the forger, basically? Huh? Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... doing her nails. But he really made those forgeries. Yes. Poor father. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, father saw it in me. He saw I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only one painting I made. It was not only paintings I made. There we go. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already a, you were already creating your own works back then. I started when I was only 12 years old. So when we figured out the stamp was poison, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time to the courtroom, please. Right. Out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father. He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright & Co. law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Measham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? I guess we're about to find out. Alrighty, let's keep going. God, this is fucking going places. Court is now back in session. Her seems pretty tense. Practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up as a Drew Measham forger persona? There's that stare again. He's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one. Ah, yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. For the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. Yeah, I've seen this before, yeah? Yes. It was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. Oh, there it is. Checking to refreshed. Ah, fuck, I don't know, man. It's gonna be wild. I created things, and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well, begin the cross-examination. Right, okay. Need more information about this forger. This Drew Measham. So, these things you were making, you mean paintings, identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, he has no idea what she was doing was illegal. Easy there, little attorney. Not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please, tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. By other than a painting, you mean you'd only done paintings up to that point? Yes. Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance? For instance, a letter someone had written. Or a fingerprint left upon a cup. Or a signature on a document. A sealed upon letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the $100,000 promised in this letter was the start. The beginning of a new industry for Drew Mishima. Not Mishima. Drew Mishim. Mishima's from Persona. A new industry. The creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings. Forging evidence, in other words. Uh-oh. So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. Fraulein has lived an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp? This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought. do you mean you? Received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine. A moment, Air Forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive this envelope? Receive this stamp? Something wrong. It was beautiful. Ah, you mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison? I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake. Thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. I mean, you moved to where the current Drew studio is. Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. This single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I think Mr. Measham wished to reduce their visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. That was the real essence of the artist Drew Measham. He did the work, he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. Is this something new? Apparently, we've got some cross-examining yet ahead of us. If you'd be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. Stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians. Magicians? I love mysterious things. I always have. Even though she fainted when she saw Mr. Hat. You're confusing mysterious with freaky. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. See? See? Isn't magic great? Fine, great, yeah, sure. No need to get all excited. The magic troupe we saw disbanded soon after. It was quite sad. Did she just say what I think she said? Magic troupe? I've never heard that before. Red envelope came after she completed her first job. That makes a letter from her client, whoever wanted a forgery made. Apollo. Close, we just have to piece together the parts. Deadly weapon in a red envelope. The path it took to take Drew Measham's life. Oh. What am I contradicting here? What am I presenting here? She was his favorite magician, so I kept it. What can I present here? I want to present something here. What is it? Stamp's a picture of my favorite musician, so I kept it. Represent the magic show ticket? I think I ought to, right? Yeah. It would have to have been... It would only make sense for it to be Gramarye. I guess present Gramarye, so it just has the name Gramarye on it. Objection! Those magicians you liked. It was this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp in a business like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better. And you can't beat Troop Gramarye. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think? Prosecutor Gavin? Oh, he's sweating bullets. Prosecutor Gavin? Gramarye. What's with Gavin? Why don't I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No, answer the question. Now. Oh, Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. It is unbecoming of me. I apologize. But I must know. Please, Miss Measham, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like a diary. No, I don't know. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Measham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Objection! Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. Told you nothing, has he? Your soiled, sullied mentor, nothing. Sullied who? Phoenix Wright, who else? Had he? Never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. There's a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know. A certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Ooh. Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Measham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes. Who was it? We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Guess what? There's something about me. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera! The... Devil... Oh... Oh no! Defendant Vera Measham, condition unconscious. Examine his diagnostic, acute atropine poisoning. Oh, someone poisoned her? Sends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Measham. Vera Measham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. Dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. He is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. Very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, it was the starting point of it all. Who the fuck? That's where we must go. Oh, look at this, it's so cute! To find the whole truth. I'm so invested. I can't stop now. It's been 20 minutes. What? Yeah, save current progress. Trial 7 years ago? Fuck yeah. What does this mean? Showdown time. I lost. Only a game of poker. Game I played for a long time. And only lost twice. It must be, yeah. Man I killed, of course. Wow. Means I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards. Oh yes, over a game of cards. What? Nick, what have you done? That was how we first met. 7 years ago. Seven years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Wait! That was the face of the first victim. That was the dude who was killed in case 1! What does it mean? He had in the locket, he had a picture of Trucy. And then Nick had the locket. It's a picture of his daughter, and it wasn't wrong. They're both, she's both of their daughters. What? Yeah, okay. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Hi, good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. The Phase 1 dude? I think so. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Definitely looks like there's a pistol on his hip. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards. And that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Oh, look at her, she's so cute! Oh, morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you. I'm fine as always. This old boy here is to help me after all. What's young man to you? Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show is today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Me? Look what he's started. Here. Seems... What is this? It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifi Grimiri. I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue shirt with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Ooh, that was the forged evidence, wasn't it? Well, how do you feel about the trial today? Fucking Christ, what a hole. Magnifi Grimiri. Gotta be him. What a mustache. It's always so weird when that other, like, bits of hair come out of places they're not supposed to. Like the fucking nose hair going into the mutton chops. That's gross. Victim in this case died after being shot in the head with a pistol. No, died after being shot in the head while in the hospital. Yeah, Shadi. That's Chad Enigmar. That's the name of the first victim, Shadi. Client in this case goes by his stage name Zach Grimiri. Oh, there's so much here. Each attorney's badge has a number engraved on the back. No two numbers are exactly the same. If you drop it, people will know it was you. I gotta make sure I don't lose mine. Grimiri pistol. Injection kit. IV taken out. Heartmon. Bullet hole in the head, bullet hole in the doll. Magnifi's autopsy report. Magnifi Grimiri, age 67, male. April 13th, between 11 and 11:30 p.m. Cause of death, loss of blood from a bullet wound. Note, malignant tumor found in the victim's liver. We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. Ah, an easy win then, yes? I'm calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. Switching of attorneys just before the trial. No, it is a difficult situation you are in. I put you in. But allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. Do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. Do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it would be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes. Isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. First look at this case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sakes. I believe the curtain will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. Oh, I like him. It's a shame that he's dead. The client is Shadi Enigmar. Known to the world as Zach Grimiri. A wildly popular magician, star of Troupe Grimiri. His mentor, Magnifi Grimiri, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic, until he was shot dead. And Zach Grimiri is the suspect. Is this Calavir, Gavin? Or is this the other Gavin? Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill. This is some sort of new crime. One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts. Gavineer's concert got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Galavier. Galavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah? Gavin. Defense attorney Christoph Gavins. I figured my bro's name is more famous in this part of town. Galavier Gavin. Lead singer of the mega hit band The Gavineers. You're out of your league, rocker boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rocker boy. You're my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. Well, that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yeah? Talkative, aren't you? Like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. It's totally not what I've been doing for him. I'm just getting warmed up, our attorney, right? Perhaps you'd be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Octung, baby. Time to call him on the opening act. What's his name again? Oh yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it. Have we seen Gumshoe? I don't think we've seen... No, it's just been Emma. We haven't seen Gumshoe at all this time, have we? Was he in the first trial? I don't remember. Was he in the first trial? He might have been. And you are? Oh, you're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. Hey, you. Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? Well, you normally lack... What? You normally lack confidence in your testimony? Yeah, detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. Huh? All this hey you and around and such. I could care less about your history together. Ugh. Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. This is bright. We're in a different courtroom, aren't we? I don't remember the white walls from like an hour ago. That happened 6 days back in a room in the general hospital. 6 days is a while for this to have gone to court. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in the hospital bed. Killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights up. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifi Grimiri, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. Ah yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifi to one of my generation, you'd be in luck to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grimiri has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnifi has been in the hospital for the last year. What was that? Malignorant tumor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. Malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. The facts do seem simple enough. The liver has progressed to the final stage with no hope of recovery. Patient has 3 months left to live. Patient has chronic diabetes, requiring regular insulin. But something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. Much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. A small used for administering insulin shots has been washed, shows no signs of use.
I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from a pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. What? I think the victim ordered his own shooting.
Those are the facts. I have the letter here in question. My beloved student Zach, you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Something, something, something. Magnify's letter added to the court record.
Very unusual indeed.
Okay. Small syringe. Let's take a quick look at it. This is what? Japan in 2008, I think it was? I think it's still murder. No, Ace Attorney was 2000. This might be like 2005. I always hate getting shots. I guess Magnifi was trying to give himself giving himself insulin shots. No way I could do that. Ugh. Wait. Magnifi used this to inject his insulin. Why are there no traces of it having been used? Something to keep in mind. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. On the 13th, 11:05 p.m. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why.
What is the reason why?
Okay.
Although, could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull the trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
Ah, you cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason?
The devil is in the details, attorney. Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11. The victim, Magnifi Grimiri, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come and set up an IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. That was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption. During his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Just because he got a letter doesn't mean he actually went through with it.
Oh, I disagree. The victim was indeed shot in the forehead after all, just as he had commanded.
It'd be a setup. Let's not be in such a hurry. Maybe we should let the witness talk for a change.
Thanks, pal.
Fine, I can play it slow. I can play it slow as well as I can play it fast. On with the testimony, Detective Gumshoe. And this letter was sent by the victim?
There it is, gotcha. You're all mine this time, pal.
Huh?
I had the handwriting checked out, of course. It's the victim's, no mistake.
Ah, I see.
Ha 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 ha. Score one for the boys.
I didn't lose, I was just asserting the facts. So why am I so annoyed?
But a letter ordering your own death. Things aren't what they used to be, I guess.
Not sure this is exactly commonplace, even now, Your Honor.
Well, anyway, I guess I'll keep going while I'm ahead.
How can you be so sure?
Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking.
I fail to grasp the concept of questioning, Detective.
First, we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear.
I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it.
Well, maybe you need to grow yourself a backbone, pal.
I fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, Detective.
We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces gunpowder residue show it had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright. As far as I can tell from looking at this photo, seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim.
Photo. Maybe there's something in there that I can use. Saying that the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. This is a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar... I had no clue, didn't pull the trigger, shot something else. Shot something else? The clown doll on the left. There's a great big hole in it. I guess? I don't know where this is going, though. Shot something else, yeah? Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? The defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh, the defense disagrees. See, the defendant had another choice he could make.
What, you can prove that with this photo?
I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he still didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot?
The voice lines are different. They have a different voice actor for Phoenix now.
The clown doll.
Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead, too.
Ah, there is a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Ha! I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll.
He didn't just shoot the clown doll, he shot the doll's forehead.
His forehead? Ah!
Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You will shoot one shot square in the forehead. Which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter. I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, that doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Perhaps he did have to shoot the forehead, as ordered. But the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders, without taking a life.
The bullet hole in the clown's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. Oh, sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad to see the mighty fall.
Sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get.
Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony.
What if he shot the clown?
Or what if he shot the clown?
You shot the victim, pal. So let me get this straight. Say my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim? Hey, not a bad summary, pal. Fuck, I immediately forgot how to do Gumshoe's voice. Ah, see? No. Was it? Fuck. I've been keeping up with the game Gram's playing too, and I think he does it a different voice than mine. How did I do? How did I do? I've immediately forgotten how to do Gumshoe's voice. Gumshoe. Gonna bother me if I don't remember. Okay, whoa. Gotcha. More confirmation than summary, but whatever. I don't know, kid. Yeah, that's it. That was really more of a confirmation than summary. The defense attorney seemed pleased enough with himself. These people even miss a chance to mock me. Well, now that Mr. Wright's gotten that out of his system, we continue with the testimony. I don't have time to gather all the details before coming in here. His testimony might be my only source of information. Better pay attention. And read the letter carefully. Bullets fired from a pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. I mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. This is a funny looking gun, there's no mistaking it. We compare the bullets taken from the victim's skull with the bullet fired from this gun. The rifling on the bullet were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon, in other words. You bet we did. Shouldn't. Because... Nope, not that one. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot. One shot, square in the forehead. You cannot refuse. Because that was... Zach's gun.
Objection!
Oh, fuck. Nope. Damn it. Definitely belonged to this old man, sir. Why are you so certain?
What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time, pal? Never heard of Zack and Valent's quick draw shoot 'em?
Huh? What's that?
One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Valent stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot. But the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design, huh? Kids love it.
Many boys and girls join the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force.
Trip Grimiri stopped doing the act a while ago. The old man held onto that pistol ever since.
But we're lucky to see this pistol in question.
You guys, here it is. Oh, this is truly a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? Well, it can fire real bullets. Looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, a pistol's firing chamber was empty. And it shows traces of having been fired recently.
Is there any fingerprints found on the gun?
Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. Might as well say that a lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Ah, an intriguing point. Well made.
Whoa. Not well made, not intriguing.
In any case, the court accepts this evidence. Our grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this. Now it's time to return to our testimony.
Look closely, you can see how the pistol is made to bend here. It's a one-shot only model, because the bend is where you load it. But this is a famous Grimiri golden gun. The kids used to love pretending they had one of these. I wonder if they pretended to miss their targets too. Let me get this straight. You're saying my client first shot the clown, then shot the victim?
Hey, not bad summary, pal.
More confirmation in the summary, whatever. Okay, yeah, I already heard this. I looked like I added something though. It's a single-shot pistol. Fires one real bullet. What if you shot the clown? Then, there it is. The trickiest case in the office seemed the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you may have come to a very different conclusion. Understand?
Yeah, but like I just said, pal. After I shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not.
The murder weapon. How?
It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time.
Ah.
If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim, too.
Yeah. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot.
Oh? Where did he get the extra bullet? They're not easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it.
Ugh.
Those sunglasses look like a 3D model rendered onto Gavin's sprite. Are these models? I don't see them move a lot.
I had a feeling this wasn't over yet.
It definitely feels like those sunglasses are 3D though.
No, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales.
And utter lack of humility.
What's this? The prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, Herr Detective, it was just a warm-up act. Oh. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're ready.
Ready for what?
My decisive witness, of course. Witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. It was Zach Grimiri who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We'll pause for a 15-minute recess.
Might be my lucky day. I need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned.
Okay, so what does this mean for present day? April 19th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you'd tell me a bit more about what happened, actually.
I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Perhaps you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know.
I think we need less thinking and more talking. The night in the hospital, what really happened?
Now, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright, will scare Trucy.
Speaking of which, where is she?
You've seen the problem yourself, the letter.
The one shot in the forehead. One, right?
Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death.
Why not?
This is something I will not say, for now at least.
What's this for now business?
I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly. This is a cross we must bear alone to our graves.
We?
You wanted to know about the night of the incident.
Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting the important stuff.
Of course I had no intention of shooting my mentor. Snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. And found there upon his bedside table with 2 pistols.
Two?
Yes, the one I had used on stage. And the one that had been used by my partner, Valent.
Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then took the pistol into my hand. Cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment.
You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him?
Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first.
So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before.
To be honest, I have not always been steadfast. I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy.
Was Magnifi coercing his disciples somehow? What was going on in the Troupe Grimiri?
Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket.
In your pocket?
I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called?
Rifling marks.
Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case.
Concerning the case? I mean, there's something else you can tell me.
You're a fantastic man, Mr. Wright.
Thanks. Hooray for holidays.
Oops. Yes, there's something. My mentor, his eyes opened.
What? Magnifi Grimiri?
The old devil, he was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him up anyways. And then we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so.
What did you talk about?
Haha, Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case.
That Grimiri seems pretty steadfast to me. Maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom.
Once again, I'm in your hands.
Right, let's get back in there.
Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news. And the rifling marks? It wasn't time to do a detailed analysis. But they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, it's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness.
Your decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think.
Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness would do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production. Being the other half of Troupe Grimiri's famous duo, Zack and Valent.
Valent Grimiri? So we get to meet the great Magnifi's other disciple.
Ah. Well, perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valiant Grimiri, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You prove your fellow student, your partner's guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. But wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there late? That late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. There's the music. Okay, okay. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar.
Wait. That's the same letter Zack Grimiri received.
Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order. What does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. At 11:20 p.m., ready to go and put your shoot, one shot, square in the forehead. Cannot refuse. That's why, both know the reason. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts it into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what is going on with you folks? What exactly was your troop Grimiri up to? By which you mean? Just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's my opinion there, Judge. From these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, there's a strain. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case on hand.
By which you mean you're not going to tell us? Makes me wonder more about the reason that he couldn't refuse.
Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Grimiri, stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses sing hymns to the miracle that is magic.
Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you. But the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene.
In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. Ha ha ha! As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, now it's time to get this party fired up. That night I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in that room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to that clown. And I informed the doctor and the police. You're the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would clear my name of suspicion.
Let's not jump to any conclusions.
Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zack Grimiri, is guilty.
If it wasn't Zack Grimiri, then the killer was you, Valent. And no disappearing act will get you out of that.
Oh, it'd be super fucked up if Valent was a murderer. Tracy's been looking up to him this whole time.
So, you weren't worried about for your safety at all. I mean, you smelled gunpowder, yes? What if the shooter was still nearby?
I did not consider this, to be honest. It is forbidden for a magician to have a good imagination.
Really? Isn't magic all about illusions and imagination? How about this? You were the shooter, which is why you weren't afraid.
Now you're the one imagining. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. Witness will refrain from pausing so suspiciously before responding. My forbidden imagination is starting to imagine things.
There were 2 bullet holes at the scene, one on the victim and one on the clown. You're saying the one who shot the clown was you?
No doubt my partner Zach had said as much the same thing.
Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. Better dig around here a bit more and see what turns up. Mr. Valent, let me ask about something else before considering the crime scene, namely... location of the pistol, bullet in the pistol, number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room?
By which you mean what, precisely?
2 pistols were used in the Zack and Valent quick draw shoot 'em, correct? One for each of you.
You're well informed, yet only one of my old friends sat in the hospital room that night.
What did Zack tell me back in the lobby?
Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck back into his room that night at the appointed time and found thereupon at the bedside table 2 pistols. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. I see no problem with that statement. The one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene, after all.
So you picked up the pistol and fired it?
Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazing, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important?
Actually, let me ask about something else.
Very well. This will make continuous testimony. What can I do but obey?
Something there is important. The bullets were fired, and one of them killed McNiffy. I'm trying to find the cracks in his testimony. Bullet in the pistol? No. Location of the pistol? No. It has to be number of pistols, right? Testify that there's 1 pistol. There's a flashback and everything, right? Number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor.
Very well. Please add the details to your testimony. Can I do but obey?
Only 1 pistol was in the hospital room that night. I shot it with it. I shot the clown. According to the defendant, Zach Ramiri, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on the table.
2.
One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left within his pocket.
Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head.
Well, what about that, What about what Mr. Valiant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense.
What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown.
That's your story, at least. The rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valiant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us.
We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks and the bullets were a perfect match.
Ah. Mr. Valiant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? What, Prosecutor Gavin? I owe the court an apology. Sorry.
Sorry for what?
See, I was unaware that two of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you'd verify the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. The defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime. We would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grimiri. Yes, Your Honor. You were presented to this court as a decisive witness, but you've proven to be more divisive than decisive. This courtroom is so bright. God. You'll see in time. Testimony so far has been merely a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Here to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin. Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room. The victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Let us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which is to say, 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived, and he was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. That the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. Talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. Use a 10-minute discrepancy as a basis for your alibi. It's easy to explain the situation here, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years, Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song. Press play button and it will play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. The debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. In the middle of death determined by in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well. Prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times. We can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright. Last statement, I guess. Time of death, 11:10 p.m. You entered that hospital room at 11:20 p.m. Time given by the defendant, Zach Grimiri, was 11:05 p.m. You didn't run into them in the hospital that night? This is why I never perform with amateurs, you see. Huh? Picture, if you will, the nighttime hospital. Outside, only the pale light of the moon. Two, dressed as we were to meet in such circumstances. I dare say that would ruin the mood completely. The mood isn't in question here. I believe the witness is saying they didn't meet, yeah? What is magic if not the study of beauty? Us meeting was not only out of the question, it was an impossibility. Or what is magic if not the study of how to make absolutely no sense at all? That said, was there a contradiction in there? Yeah. How would he know Zach was there? The only problem I see here is the glaring contradiction in that testimony. Was that a question? I guess it was. You've been warned, right? Baseless remarks will be penalized. Well put, Prosecutor Gavin. Oh, Mr. Wright, here's my answer to your question. What? What?
They didn't see each other. Fuck it. Start pressing. Oops, nope. 11:20 p.m. Can you prove that's when you arrived? Last such a feat may be beyond even the Great Valiant. There was no one in the room but Magnifi, and he was departed after a fashion. I have your defendant Zach Ramirez sworn disposition. Back into his room that night at the appointed time. It was 10 minutes before I left the room, and the victim was still alive. I'm indicated by this letter to Zach was 11:05 p.m. Exactly, which means the witness could not have entered that room before 11:15. Because his partner was still in the middle of his crime. I see someone did their arithmetic homework. See, the defendant himself has corroborated the witness's testimony. That'll make sense. Not a problem. If you say so, let's continue, shall we? Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Sure. Discovering the body fulfilled my obligation, then called the doctor. Okay. Doctor examined the body before the police arrived. Quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. I don't think I'm stepping out of a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. Not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels in making complex appear simple, but reality is impossible. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taken. It's quite visible in this photograph on the scene. Recall we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifi Ramirez's schedule. Every night at 10, Magnifi took the IV drip for 30 minutes. See the IV bag right there, yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the bag to the end. Oh, the needle's been removed. Obviously, it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. Ah, you can just measure the remaining IV fluid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions, for our purposes, as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after the administration began. And so it was when I, Valiant, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since the horrible crime was committed. And this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright. That seemed important. I guess? Because we don't have any evidence that it was Zach that removed the IV, or if it was Magnifi that removed the IV. Very important. Well, seeing as how it's the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I say it's very important.
Agreed. It'd be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth. Water of life springs not eternal. The remaining IV liquid proves my innocence.
Magnifi's first letter. Because if he arrived at exactly 11:05 p.m., then there should only have been 5 minutes left on the thing, right? So notice the IV yourself by any chance. When I first entered the room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then, his left arm did I spy a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot, luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might have been suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky color. Your lucky color. Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self. For it always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valent won their first Magicians Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too. And our trophy, a bust. Ah, what a day it was. One trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that IV too. I say, I think 'twas hued especially for me, Valent. Does seem to be the case, indeed. What? It's green. It's green, not yellow.
Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony?
Valent sure looks happy with himself. How about this lucky color testimony? There's a contradiction. Certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck. But not this time. Mr. Valent, your lucky colors betrayed you.
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence.
What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope the latest accusation is well-based.
Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here.
Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. What is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us?
The crime scene tells us all, Your Honor.
Photo of the crime scene?
Let's talk color as me yearning for black and white, clear cut simplicity. Tell us, Wright, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and, I assure you, it's quite simple. But I can't promise anything in black and white.
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say.
This photo contradicts the witness' testimony. That. Valiant Gramarye, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, isn't it?
Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Nothing wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright.
Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene.
What's this?
Confusion and doubt. Tell us what your elderly eyes spy.
Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valent.
Look at the IV bag.
Ah! What is this? What foul magic
be hard to call the IV liquid yellow. And I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph.
All because... because no. That's just funny. Order. What does this mean? This is some kind of mistake.
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin.
Your witness's mistake.
The greener they are, the harder they fall. Suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grimiri, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the IV is clearly not.
Well,
this contradiction can mean only one thing.
and to think, you almost had me.
See your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix, right?
They said the thing. That's it. Stream's over. They said the thing. We're not playing this. We don't need to play the series anymore. They did it. They said the thing. That's it. Pack it up. Go home. Something you'd like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. Well, then I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright.
How you mean?
How? Because the witness had made no mistakes.
I agree at a glance, the IV liquid does appear a sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you the liquid itself is quite yellow.
Yellow liquid. How can you say that?
As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the IV bag itself?
The bag?
You mean the plastic on the hook?
Looks like I want to say a light blue.
Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This, incidentally, is the liquid's true color.
I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Well, it shouldn't matter. What does it matter? As I thought. There's no substitute for experience, Prosecutor Gavin.
What?
You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is.
Grave?
The liquid in the IV bag is yellow, yes? But how did this witness know that? Quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the IV liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the IV liquid was actually yellow?
Alakazam! Order! Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the IV liquid, so I'm sure it means something, but what?
I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grimiri, has testified that the IV liquid was yellow because... he'd seen it before, it looked yellow. He knew the IV liquid's color. They're so cute. He knew the IV liquid was yellow because it looked yellow. He knew the looked yellow. He knew it before. He knew the IV liquid's color. He knew its color? Because he figured out that there was... I figured out he could use it as an hourglass. If he wanted to frame... If he wanted to frame Zack for whatever reason. So he knew the IV liquid's color was yellow. He swapped it with a green bag accidentally. And set it for about 10 minutes before he called the police. Right? The facts before us, the answer is clear. Witness knew that the IV liquid was yellow. Why? They'd seen it before. Not inside the blue bag we had seen in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear colorless bag. Suppose he would have had to, but I'm still not clear as to what this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your meaning, Your Honor. I'm afraid I find nothing. But what if you knew the IV color was yellow? Leave the getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans, yeah? The IV liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Well, wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right? As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sand through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body. At which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid has increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in. Objection! Let me get this straight here, right? You're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. Not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. No, wait. No, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task? I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup. I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Quite. You prove our witness is capable of such a feat. There's a point to amateurs. I, at least, would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see a look on the witness's face. He added liquid to the IV to throw off her time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, any solid evidence to bring us back down to Earth? Valiant Grimiri? I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. But I ask what you're strongly suggesting. Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was this. The victim's syringe. Perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid on it. Don't you find that odd, Prosecutor Gavin? What? The victim had the syringe to administer his insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant Grimiri? As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. Alaka. Zog. Pigeons, too. I do believe, well, with this being his first, the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is doubt to be... Oh, fuck. We're gonna need decisive evidence. We're gonna have to present that page, and the page is gonna be forged. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven. That brings our trial to a close for today. Maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much-needed investigation work. See, there are no objections. Court is adjourned. Really, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. Word of the wise. Underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you. In a way you never, ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? Say the witness used a syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid. But there is no proof. The privy didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. Huh? He's admitting it? Nor was this witness quite as decisive as I'd hoped. This I admit, after all. Why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something on your mind, Prosecutor Gavin. True, fair judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifi Grimiri's diary. Diary? After going to the hospital, Magnifi began writing his memoirs, it seems. Story of his birth, his startling debut, the meeting his disciples. Seems he intended for the last chapter to end quite appropriately with his death. Wait, that book didn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request? Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently, the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the IV had begun at 11 p.m. Let's read about it, shall we? So this appeared to be written just before his death. Night's IV is in, maybe the last. I'll leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. The journal man is here or may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that is left to mine is to lay down this pen. Court accepts said evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. Just looking to see if the font's different. This last page, diary ends here. Huh? What's this? Looks like a page is ripped out. Well, now, isn't that interesting? Yep. Ugh. This journal man here may go on, but not long. Depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Grimiri. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. Looks like what he said. Well, look at what he said before that. Journal man here may go on. May go on. Magnifi Grimiri intended to write again. That is, if Zach Grimiri didn't pull the trigger. Seeing the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifi's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Grimiri. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifi Grimiri wrote this? No mistake in his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifi did intend to continue his diary. Yet, if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, and the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Grimiri. Well, how do you like me now, eh, right? Still too green for your taste, hmm? He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe. He overlooks such an obvious problem with this precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, witness testimony we heard was lacking. Well, put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary's accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. Why it... This seems really dumb for Nick. Because very clearly a page was ripped out. So the diary could have continued. It doesn't matter if we have the page to present. Because clearly there's a problem with the evidence of the diary, and it shouldn't be admissible in court. At least not under the assumptions that were given. This is really dumb. Like... have to show evidence. I feel like the game is making me show evidence here. But I shouldn't. Because that's not right. It's not the correct thing to do, and it's not the thing Nick should be doing. For all the stupid shit that's come up so far, the game is pretty decently written. At least from the moment to moment. Some characters I definitely don't like. But this is a really frustrating scenario that it puts you in. Because if there's no need, then you lose, right? Because if Nick doesn't say anything here, I don't think he's gonna say anything. And all I can do is draw conjecture that there could have been something on the following page that was ripped out. But I guess that could just be easily turned around on him that, oh, clearly Zack ripped out the page so that he would, so that he could cast suspicion on this piece of evidence. I want to think the judge is smart enough to deem this as inadmissible, but I don't think it's going to. The game is forcing me into a position where I have to show that last page. And it's very clearly going to come out that, oh, this is forged evidence and Nick's going to lose his license. Because that's how this is in the past. This is how it has to go. I'm left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary. Not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well, please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Shows evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I'll be happy to. It says evidence proves his diary didn't end with his pages. First, take a close look at the diary. Notice that a page has been clearly ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alec, I don't believe it! He looks a little older in that one. Look at this page. Hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grimiri. That's the defense's position. Wait. Let's see that. What in the Sam Hill? Why? This is a continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. Perfect match with the torn remnants of the last page of Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. You care to explain what this all means, Heir Attorney? The diary continued after this first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zack Grimiri left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grimiri. No. No! What's coming out of his ear? They are. Handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, a genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. The old man couldn't have written that. Finally. You couldn't resist, could you, Heir Wright? This is what, presenting solid evidence? Heir Judge?
Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Might I request to put the current cross-examination on hold? Prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, his evidence overturns the current witnesses. I only asked to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, I'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway. So it might as well be sooner. Then, though it is highly, highly irregular, we will put this current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped-out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. Yeah, like... It's real frustrating. And more so that he did something really stupid. He just basically found on the ground. It's like someone gave this to Trucy and said, hey, give it to Nick. I was like, fuck does that mean? And even more so that he pulled the same stunt on Apollo. Like, you gotta remember, that's how the first case in this game ended, too. With Trucy appearing Deus Ex Machina out of nowhere, giving false evidence to our protagonist. Like, this is really fucked up. Holding trial with no audience first, even me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding. What the fuck? I don't like your design, man. I had to make a judiciary deal with a witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal? Details of his testimony have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought it best to contain the information to this room. Very well. You are the witness, I gather. Yes, sir. Your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Measham. I'm a painter. Painter? You are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for the witness. Mr. Measham wasn't. Do you know what this is? Oh, yeah. I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Oh, yeah. I mean, I made it. What? You made it? Yes. You might call it one of my works. Prosecutor's office has received a tip-off yesterday. Legal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Ramiri. Illegal evidence. I initiated an investigation and found this witness. A painter to the world at large. Drew Measham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. Forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is fake, prepared by a certain defense attorney. Objection! Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence. Objection! Ah, the attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume. But what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix, right? Witness, Mr. Measham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That... I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. They make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them. Objection! But... no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. Huh? To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. Mr. Wright? You just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court.
It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Oh, old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there at the hall. He told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap, a failed trap.
Mr. Wright?
Yes.
You have an explanation for yourself.
If I did, would the court hear it?
Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney.
Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear.
Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence?
The answer is quite clear.
A guilty one.
Objection!
Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence to court is a serious crime. You cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
Your Honor? Another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to, yeah? I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself.
I see no need to further discuss this matter. Special witness dismissed.
Mr. Attorney. Yes? Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I've seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright.
Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. However, this court must.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Zack. There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me how you plan to on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist. Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this.
Mr. Enigmar!
The defendant's escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits to the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape.
That day in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Igmar, aka Zack Ramiri, did not just escape from court. He literally, unbelievably vanished. Right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day.
This is the Gramiri miracle.
No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. Ooh. So that means that this isn't a case of double jeopardy if we go after Valiant. Because we don't have a murderer in this case. The case is still technically open. So we can indict Valiant. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Ramiri vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however. Not until 7 years later. Ooh, yeah. Give me progress, yes. The Mason system. What the fuck? Fuck it, we gotta keep going. Might as well finish this tonight and do the next one tomorrow. I'm so thoroughly in this. I don't think I can stop. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present. But soon you'll be finding all of this out yourself. Which of Magnifi's Grimiri's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zack Grimiri, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? Oh. Pass less of these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. Well, that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well. When all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first, you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of that as a game. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. A terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do you have my own weapon of sorts. My Magatama. What does it do, you ask? That you would have to see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? You use it and it to jump between the past and present. Let's begin 7 years ago, in the past. This is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Ooh, okay. Go to the Rencola offices. Nope. That wasn't right. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what happened had just begun. I wanted to wake up to walk away. I figure I'm the only one who could do this, probably. Besides, I had plenty of time. Thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. Hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Fucking, yeah. Good morning, Daddy. Ah, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They're picking on you. I am fine as always. Old boy here is helping me after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show's today after all. Oh, she's so cute. 2 weeks has passed since then. Called her into my office. Oh, look at that, this is so cute. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. You need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. It was hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while. Just until your daddy comes home. It won't be that long. I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Huh? Really? Well, if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? Huh? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney? Actually, why don't you just call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy if you'd like. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, say Daddy. That was quick. Yes? If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. Well, thanks, Daddy. Ah. Oh, in this office, it's a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know. Ah. Oh, you got fired from work, right? Don't worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. Don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine. Thanks. I feel like she's already in charge. Well, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You can at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. Here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law, if you were to ask some people. Yeah? You know, I guess so, Nick. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional. Yep. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Ramiri. Directly descended? He's your father? Oh. And now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright, too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Can you tell me a bit more about your daddy? Zach Ramiri. Sure thing. Which was that again? Daddy's so amazing. He's the biggest star of True Grimiri, and they're big. Grimiris. They're on television a lot. I haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zack and Valiant Grimiri together, you know. Once they made a giant waterfall right there on stage. And this giant trout swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish you could have seen more of Daddy's magic. Ugh, I brought it up so soon. I wonder what'll happen to me with Daddy and Mommy both gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I had my magic and a great Daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional? Yes, it's like that thing they say. Baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny, though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right, so in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, want to see a trick? You're gonna do a magic trick? Absolutely. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it, after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. Gotta say, it's good to be seen. Oh, she's not quite as good at it. You could see her moving the thing to make him talk. Yeah. Oh, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat, isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood. Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression. Doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him. Don't worry, teens do get a bit heady sometimes. Haha, get it, heady? A friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack. Why is he evidence? Choose his favorite trick. Startlingly realistic. Why is he evidence? Why is he evidence? That's so fucking weird. Apollo Justice, Greenhorn Defense Attorney. I happen to meet, call him Apollo. Age 15. Nick Grimiri, age 8. Valiant Grimiri. It's weird that they're mentioned like this. Could you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there when Zack and Valiant smiling. But then she went away. Went away? It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Maybe so. I cried then a lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. Oh. This is your mother? Beautiful. Your name's Thalassa. Thalassa Grimiri. Poor girl, you didn't know her mommy had gone missing. Now her dad's vanished too? Right before her eyes? Hey, Daddy, you won't... Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right. You can't even do magic. Like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate as is a backup plan. I think it's probably enough for today. That's a Greenland River Ocean? Yeah. I would ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay, after all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. What? But are we representing anyone? Me and you. That makes two. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, maybe a magician. But I'm no talent. Well, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you're putting it that way. You don't have any tricks? No O's, standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-o. A team, right. Ah, she's so fucking cute. Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, it was pretty lost for the first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. Unlock anything in the present? No. Interesting. Tenant lobby, Drew Studio, detention center. Try detention center. See what's here. 7 years ago, detention center. Visitors room. A strange sight doth my eyes behold. Excuse me? Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely. All the innocent languages within these plexiglass confines. Plexiglass. There's been no proof that I forged anything. Or proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits. And what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano and a cold hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnific Grimiri, for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valiant or his partner, Zack? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. I'm gonna get any closer to the truth. This is the place to start. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. That's talent. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. The glorious spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance itself is a revelation. Revealing what? That Grimiri killed Magnifi. That's as good as a signed confession. It's certainly been the public's opinion's take on it.
I grew tired of my cage. At the time my release is near, I must go and prepare.
Planning on jumping back into the magic right away?
As long as an audience waits with bated breath, they will be valiant. And also,
Yes?
now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifie's repertoire is mine. Valiant Grimiri has a tradition to uphold.
Is that true?
Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me, verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity.
Suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You're just as obligated to follow Magnifie's instructions as your partner.
So I was, but only Zack Grimiri followed them. Let's not speak any more of who shot what. Now my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
You've been saying Valiant this whole time?
I have been, but again, it's one of those things that I just don't care to correct. It's Valiant, but like, it's close enough.
I'm more interested in learning something else, actually.
What might that be?
I want to know what Magnifie had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him?
The trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know.
Know what?
A great magician never reveals his secrets. Ooh, it's the Psyche Lux.
I didn't think it'd be that easy.
The audience just remained forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight.
My Magatama, one of my most prized possessions which I got during a certain case. You can show me the locks on a person's heart. And if I can unlock their hearts, it'll tell me their secrets. Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Okay, so let's update it a little bit. Let's come back to that. If we can poke around in some more easy ones, like with Trucy. We might be able to get some more evidence first. I don't think I'd be back here for a while. Didn't want to have to remember that day.
I would deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way. Trial is over. Yes, Mr. Zack. One thing I wish to make clear. Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I'm talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. Defense escaped. Find him quick. Close the exits from the building. Okay.
I came here on that fateful morning. I still had my badge, but now I can amputate a limb. I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. You there, sir? Down with the hands, floor on your head. Now, now, now. Well, it's Officer Beaks. What's that big deal? My ears. No authorized personnel are allowed in here. That would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. Zoink! Did you just say it like that, sir? That's usually wrong. Rode out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a certain case 2 years ago? No recollection of that, sir. Huh? For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There's no past, there's only now, sir. Okay, you're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court bailiff Mike Meekins, sir, at your service, sir. You've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right?
Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. You were in charge of security at the time of the vanishing? I'm dying over here. Oh, it's a hard knock life, sir. Got out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Yes, it wasn't the only victim. Last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. Lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform. I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you're the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here. Yeah, okay. Anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Ramirez's disappearance? Oh, the humanity! That's enough of that. Oh yes, I'd say it was around 2 p.m. when I heard the commotion from the court. I opened the door to see what was amiss. The door slams some guy's face is right in front of me, so... Right in front of me, face! So you saw something suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff a little standing, gave chase. I chased the silk cat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. There's courtroom number 7 where... there's courtroom number 7 where I was, sir. All by myself, nearly a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Ramirez run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw the magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. I remember like it was right there, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. You ran into this room. I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. As if there wasn't even any smoke, he was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I have said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again, I promise. You have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. Why do you talk so loud and still be hiding something? Zach was in this room when he vanished. Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. The red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape. That's Zach, all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. There's nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir! Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? Had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Fucking Meekins is like looks. Should have known. What? Alright. Drew Studio, I guess. This fucking weirdo. I figured you'd oh fuck, what was his voice? I figured you'd come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. Drew Meesham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you should still your eyes calmly watching.
I admit I made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. Oh, look at her! This is adorable! This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. He's gone. Shall we begin then? Judging from this place, you're a painter? No, sadly not a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I wouldn't be able to get by if it were only me. Your daughter? Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. That's why I began my other occupation. Forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is I do. More than half the paintings they bring me are stolen. Who knows what my copies are used for? But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this. But that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial. Never imagined that possibility. Why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about that than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. I'm trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy. That copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then, let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did? It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That's not what I mean. In all my previous works, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy? The client gave me two things that day. First was a sample page as a reference. Second, a printed document that I can only surmise was written by my client. They used the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really? Even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I'd want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them, not personally, Okay, he's got two of them. Ah, Psyche Lock, of course. Seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Yeah, let's try... Yeah, seems like you're gonna break pretty easily. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Measham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked about the client's name, there were no Psyche Locks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. Have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I made my stand. No backing down now. What is Measham hiding? The forger, sample, the client. I never met this client. He's probably hiding the forger. Well, we know he's hiding the forger. I can pretty much piece it together with what it is from what you said. What is it then? You told me that you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any Psyche Locks. Psycho Locks? That's some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle, perhaps. Well, then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? The shed in court. I do not know. Really, even for such a suspicious request? If it was me, I want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, Not personally. Those words triggered the psyche locks. Again with those psycho locks. You must really know what they... Now I really want to know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client. But someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence? Her. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. But I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psyche locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I get there. And your conclusion is? The real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Measham. Poppycock. I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I can tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could have done it but me? That's the real question, isn't it? Forger wasn't you. I don't have many other people to choose from. The real forger Drew Studio is... Vera. The real forger is your daughter, Vera Measham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback. You're shaking in your boots. Got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The psyche locks tell me you're not the forger. This makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho lock myself. Ah, that's fun. It's been a hot minute since I've had to do any of those. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. You're only 12, a genius you might call her. Precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going on around recently. I let her play with the studio, and then she watched me. And she taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and the analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Yeah, I do detect a bit of fatherly pride. So Vera was the one who made this page. Would you know who the client was? Actually, the client came once. Here, to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Their face was covered, and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. And the little girl is the key to our mystery. The client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Back to Vera. Mr. Measham, I have a request. Let me guess. I'd like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. Quite shy, extremely so, actually. With only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they were talked. I returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. The first time I'd seen anything of the sort. Please let me speak with her. All right. Uh-oh. Could be tough. Vera, was it? I would like to talk Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say Do Re Mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm not good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Kids like Mr. Hat. What do you think about this? He just made her nervous. Something to grab her attention. What? Diary. Okay. Lock it. How about this gun kit? No, okay. Vera, was it? I'd like to. Would you like to have a friendly chat? Wait. Okay. Gave me nothing. Salmon. What's this painting here? Oh, that's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. I don't sell yet, of course, but I thought it might be good for might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not feeling I know anything about it, at least not yet. These are some finished paintings There's some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. Sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay. They look kind of heavy. Oh. Maybe he needs to work on his sales techniques a bit. Oh, look at all this suspicious shit. Maybe I'll just slide on over here for a closer look. This is you and Vera? Yes, we took that one quite recently. I know I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Ah, right. Shouldn't you practice? It's an awfully small frame. What's inside of it? A stamp? Ah, please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera, you see. Always put it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Valiant. That's Zack and Valiant. The Gramarye, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year. Some of the Gramaryes were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore. Now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan since. She watched them every single time they came on TV, until the end. I see. Stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. But I wonder how she got her hands on it. Ooh. A very low dose of atrocinine poisoning. Wonder exactly how low a dose it was. Think this was a gift from Valiant? Oh, she's been poisoned for years, applying the same fucking nail polish? That's a pretty bottle. Ah, don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see. Always push on somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Ah, don't touch that. That's quite important. Painting's face just changed hues. I guess I'd better behave. Well, it's tempting to just grab it. Okay. Present. Stamp. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Yeah, so this stamp, how can I keep her talking? Great magicians. Isn't Troop Gramarye amazing? Ah. Hmm? Yes? Oh. I especially like those two, Zack and Valiant. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Yeah, whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, I love them, they're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. All right, she's talking, not saying much. Let us start. I went and saw them with Father one day. The opening ceremony at the Gramarye Museum of Magic. The Gramarye Museum? They have one of those? I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little with Father. The Gramarye's on stage, it was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together, they do it all. Yeah, maybe you can keep telling me about stuff like this. You know, about Zack and Valiant, maybe. Oh, sure. Alright, better get asking before she changes her mind. The best in the world, huh? Oh, you mean the Troop Gramarye? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father? I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. Oh, I guess I just took it, yeah. Took it? Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean the letter was from the client? Oh, we talked about the Gramaryes forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. And they're a sneaky one, this client. They were trying to get on her good side. Sent from the real client. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, but there's a lot of good people, too. Actually, I should tell you. She was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait. That doesn't make sense. She said she went to the Gramarye Museum. With you, in fact. Ah, yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it. Much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm? When I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From the client, actually. You won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From the client, huh? This I have to hear about. Your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting, a lot. My father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too? Oh yes, that was my first job. Your first? All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw. But this was totally different. The pen slips, and the way the writer held the pen, and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope to analyze it on the computer. Seems happy. Odd. Her work was the last nail in the Gramarye coffin. I guess no one told her. So, you met the person that asked you to do this job. Can you talk with them? What's this about a good luck charm you received? Oh no! She was chewing her nails at the start of her testimonies. It was always in that nail polish. But she only ever got really nervous on the stand when she was outside talking to, like, having to stand up in front of people. Huh? If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but really, I really have to know. Right, time to do some psyche unlocking. Hopefully not to the point where it kills you. Client. I seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Does it give you the stamp? No, that's not why. Hey, listen to me, to my problem. A problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use the good luck charm. Good luck charm with your client. That your client gave you. Oh, she's even, like, biting her nails as a kid. Oh no! I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? I may not have enough evidence right now to pull this off. Maybe it's time to do a little more legwork. Can't collect it as evidence? Ah, shit. Alright. Go back here, talk to Meekins. I truly think there's nothing useful here. Including Meekins. Alright. Let's take a look. Okay, Mr. Meekins. What do you know? Spit it out. Hey, who? What's with the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, I'm gonna find out what. That Grimiri vanished from this room. How'd he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say, sir. Why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, did you see at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did you just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through a megaphone of yours. There's someone else in this room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm gonna have to invoke my right to remain in the state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins, you don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who was here in the day of the room anyways. I know who was in that room that day anyways. Sorry. Never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir! Sir, that day she was here in the room, sir. But he wasn't. I mean, you chased her into this room, not him. Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot tall magician. 7 feet? Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Grimiri. But you saw something. And therein lies the trick. I think I know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar to you? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So? So it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Come again? That night on the stage I saw a vision, except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat, he really exists. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zack Grimiri exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him here in the corner room, sir. Zack Grimiri, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, it's just that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zack Grimiri, do you know him? Oh, I love Zack Grimiri. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see, that's why you're wearing the costume you're wearing. Anyway, the very same Zack came into this room. But no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into a bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes, sir. For a while, I thought it had all been a long dream. A dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who had disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Now it seems complex. What really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zack. That wasn't all. Another person got in on the act. She was standing in front of lobby number 2. Oh, little Hat! Along with Mr. Hat. That's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you were standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds the corner. And most likely runs through the closed door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at the very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat
Sir, I only lost sight of it for the briefest moments. Then I saw that cape, Zack Grimmary's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries wasted. As if I could see them melting away like that. Like ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die. Or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you'd suffer on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once. This is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me! Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's a stone of cold truth. There's no step on my way to from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe. Guamshoe. Mr. Meekins. This is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want. It's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. But no one's ever given me anything for free. Right, I'll see you in the court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. It's so funny that I've just been giving all the bailiffs Meekins' voice. Because it just has been Meekins. All eyes were on Zack Grimmary that day in court, until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery has been revealed. But the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. Alright, that's 2. How's the present looking? Ah, the Borscht Bowl Club. Excellent. We got something. Present day, Borscht Bowl Club. I'll be taking my leave then now. I'll be taking my leave now. Still, I have some work to do back at the office. I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon always feels comfortable. Later then. 2 hours left in my shift. I wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Ahem, you know who I am. You've slimmed down like crazy. Whoa. Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, customer. You're just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek true competition. I've heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true. And this is a friend of yours. I'm sorry. What? Ah, don't mind me. It's your friendly neighborhood newsman. Ah, he will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists. And I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sort of. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got it started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. Didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy sort of income for the club owner.
Let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go... Yes? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. Oh, and I'm Breschel. Spark Breschel, news reporter. Oh, I'm... No. Phoenix Wright. Huh? You must always look a man in the eyes when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am? Have we met? Ah! Today in this courtroom, do not declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar. Defendants escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits for the building.
Well, Adele, he must not be allowed to escape. Ugh. God, pardon me.
You definitely don't look as imposing without the cape. But you're... You can't be. But you're... Zach Gramarye?
Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. I pity I only have an audience of one. You.
Zach Gramarye. This must be a bad dream. Since this guy ruined my life.
You there.
Da?
We will play soon. Ready the room.
Da, I will be preparing the hideout for you. You're really him, the Zach Gramarye. I'm now Shady Smith, remember this. How many years has it been now? 6?
Exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7.
It caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that.
Is she well?
Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I got her working already. Hope you don't mind.
I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That and to settle a matter of cards.
By which you mean poker.
Besides, he's serious. I despise losing above all else. So I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes.
I know this guy's type. They're dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary.
Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I you.
Yeah, what the fuck? We competed that day 7 years ago, too.
Ah, yes. You must have been surprised. Called to the detention center out of the blue.
2. 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I played for a long time, and I only lost twice. It was the first. The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker.
Some are hired, others are fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do.
Trucy's power.
Trucy. She's in a class of her own.
For 7 years I've played poker here at the Borscht Bowl Club. I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy. And she sends me signals. Daddy's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Ooh, I almost dropped my water.
Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. But those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill.
Her line?
Recall you were at the second man whom I've lost.
Magnifi Gramarye.
That was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it.
Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Gramarye blood or something?
Blood?
Ah, shit.
I'm sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders.
There's nothing you need to know at this time. Some kind of grammary secret then. Fine. He's 15 this year. Still trying to follow in your footsteps, you know. Ah, I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day. Because of this. This... a transferal of rights. You see the signature? Transferal? That's Magnifi Grammary signature, isn't it? I hereby give all rights and secrets... I hereby give all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient name below. The recipient's name is you, Zach Grammary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? First, take a close look at this diary. Why the fuck couldn't you given me this at the trial and you could have been proven innocent? Why? What? Why did you just keep this from me? How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifi gave it to me that night. Could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifi Grammary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. A rightful heir to his art. I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful? I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I have risked all to come here tonight. Rushel. Sure? Oh, here you go. What's this? Letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore. And you need a public notary besides. Oh, I mean, look, but I'm a certified notary. You are? By day I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also, by day... Oh, what? By day, I wear a notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day, I wear a reporter's glasses and notarize. I'm gonna take off the glasses. I can't see very well. What? Shut the fuck up. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. Right transfer added to the court record. Ah. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said? Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day. Not to mention all of their possessions. Exactly. Which is why I'm here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up. You might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. Do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I'm afraid. This case? Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifi Grammary. However, this is done in secret without witnesses. Before Magnifi died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Grammary, and Valiant Grammary. Not Trucy. I see, so you do need this document. I have known Rushels since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background, and found you had no other close kin. It's as you say. Okay. Kinda hoping you'd say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother? How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. But her mother was gone. Then it is so. Huh? She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots? Ah, I know. Whoa, you're still here? According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifi Grimiri's only daughter, end quote. What? Magnifi's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack?
Russell, you say too much.
What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him.
In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over.
The Lassa Grimiri, the most mysterious of the whole lot. Need to gather me some more evidence, clearly.
Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition?
Final? Why?
As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground.
Without seeing your daughter?
It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. Already lost to Magnifi, but I do not care to lose to another. And I've heard that you never lose.
It's just a rumor.
Yes, for it is impossible to never lose, unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. I think a mere lawyer might be out there pulling the wool over so many eyes.
Hey, I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up.
That was that, this is this. In my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright. This will be my final performance. You are warned.
That is beyond serious. So much for a fun evening of cards.
Russell, you may leave.
Ah, but it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop.
Punch, and I punch, but still it is not enough.
I just remember the future, prior engagement. Kudos, gentlemen. Oh, a nice meeting you, Piano Man.
Let us begin. Dealer. Da. You will be witness to our competition.
Da, it is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before?
That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. You did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name.
You know him?
After a fashion, listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this.
Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I need more. I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. One other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zack began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man who is now in prison. A name Zack Grimiri knew. But how and why?
What?
Let's go back 7 years, see if I can't poke, Valiant. Suspicion in you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You're just as obligated to follow Magnifi's instructions as your partner.
I was, but only Zack Grimiri followed them. Let us not speak any more of this. Who shot what? Now my partner has vanished, the question is moot.
I'm more interested in learning. There we go. Sorry about that. Having a chat. Dad walked in. I'm actually more interested in learning something else. There we go. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifia had up his sleeve. How could he possibly coerce you and his partner to kill him? Already heard this. Yeah, it's the prompt for the psyche locks. We have... evidence for what it was. Have future evidence. How do we show it, though? Oh, fuck, we'll hear the prompt at least. Trick up a sleeve. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. Must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world. It's asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales. Then he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could someone so powerful as to what weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone to committing murder? My guess is that it was a matter of life or death. Here to explain, Troop lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let's make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Stage pistol? Trucy's locket, alas, Let's back off. Drew Studio. What we really need next is that bottle. Don't know where we'll get it. Somewhere. Grammary secret. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. First time I saw her do it, it blew mine. After you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. You gotta use the resources at hand, as I always say. I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother. Lassa Grimiri. I'll not speak of that. Lassa's officially missing, correct? I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. Okay, I don't have enough evidence here. Leaving quite a few of these hanging. Let's go check on Attorney Gavin. Kristoff. Well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. It's your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright. Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Passed like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger at justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete. Right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. Life's been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Do you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Gramarye, you know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. Did you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty. But your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation pardon me. Of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. You need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Ah, yes, the trial where Zach Gramarye pulled his famous vanishing act. Connecting... Am I still alive? Gabe? Hello? Okay, hello? I think it's good. It hiccuped, but it's still good. Okay, good. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? The Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion, yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position, after all. For 7 years we've been friends. Yet, I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, that Gramarye mentioned your name, Gavin. Saw familiar faces as I entered the restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe his name was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me. Because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. Seemed to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead, someone hit him hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that? I have to know. Why did you kill Shady Smith? No, Zach Gramarye. Jesus Christ. Whoa! I've never seen Psyche locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy now. Life is to be taken easy, you know. Oh, I just noticed something. He's doing his nails? Oh, oh, oh! Alright, let's take a look at this first. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. No appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say. One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. It certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like sparkly bottle. I like the sparkling bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. There we go. That's our in with Vera. Bring it to the past somehow. I don't know exactly how this is working. That emblem's been bothering me since I came in here. Oh, nice to be get this mail. You get mail in here in jail? That I do, though they read it first, apparently. Still, I'm allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. That definitely had the stamp. Alright, fuck off, Gavin. Time travel. Client. Good luck charm. This was what they gave you, wasn't it? Ah, same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once cosmetics were once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the power. Ah, of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting anymore on that one. You know who gave you that bottle, actually. I want to ask you to do this job. Is this the client? Christoph Gavin. This man is a friend of mine. You know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I promised not to tell. Oh. So Christoph Gavin is the client. He's got to be working with Valiant, then. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client, I promised. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need to name any more, I've got my answers. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Huh? Maybe an angel. What do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So where did you see this devil, then? It was so quick I don't remember it well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was. But it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charmed. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I'm sorry for what has happened. I want to apologize to my client, Zach Gramarye. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come, promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Oh, okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. Okay, so... for... Valiant, I need to show that something deadly. With magicians. I'm going to assume that the deadly thing is going to be... the gun. Certainly seems right, yeah. And if I have all the evidence, if I have all the evidence I need, then it should be done with the past soon. I can move on to the present. Prove the danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Specifically designed for your show, I gather. Single bullet, one shot.
What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers.
I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valiant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident.
Zack and Valiant's quick draw shoot him. How long has it been since those shots were last heard?
Was the shoot 'em canceled because someone got hurt? Because someone might get hurt?
Of course, what other reason could there be?
Well, it could have been canceled because someone already had been hurt.
Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol?
Well then, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage?
Performance of magic is not concerned with what-ifs. It is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim we shot?
Looks like I've got the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. Life was sacrificed so the show might go on. And this shows who it was.
But that's...
Zack Gremory's wife, and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe was her name.
Alakazog. But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets?
Still in denial mode, eh? Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot. And this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Oh, I don't have this bit. I don't have this bit. Yeah, I don't have this bit. God, that's close though. That's so close. Alright, what have you got for me? It's one of these Psyche locks that has to come undone in order for me to progress to the next area in the present. Why don't you want to talk about Thalassa? Done. 3 of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet, there's another story behind the fame. One that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal. To you and Valiant Gremory's bullets.
That was an accident, it wasn't me.
How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Well, it's just like another murder I might mention.
Damn you.
Her eyes. I love Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. There was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Gremory has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. There's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. Ha! Ha! How did I know? Chances are slim. It'd take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. Someone else with the power, and I think I know who. Justice. This boy. His name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. What are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me pictures of strange boys all you like. But you could say at least something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be 100% proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. Oh, I don't have evidence. Shit. Damn it. I got close. I got so close. Alright, we gotta poke at Gavin. I can't poke at Gavin. Okay. I can't poke at Gavin, so Gavin's gotta be the last one. I need Apollo's bracelet. What did I need for Valiant? One refresh. Talk. Magatama. Okay. First was a gun. Life was sacrificed. Plus was Graves was being shot, and this clearly shows how much danger she was in. Stage pistol? We'll do it again? Like, what do I do here? Really shows how much danger she was in. She was the one being shot at, right? In the background, I didn't check. I don't think it would have let me. I don't think it would have checkmarked it if it didn't. Something in the journal. Ripped out page. I see everything has been set up. Also present forged evidence to the court. Okay, yeah, that wasn't very helpful. Maybe just the stamp of the three of them? There's only a 3-person act, and like, the other two weren't the ones being shot at. I don't know, man. I don't think it's a gun twice. We haven't presented evidence twice in a row. Not this game, at least. I'm gonna pay more attention when after this Psyche Lock breaks. His wife, chooses mother. Thalassa, I believe her name. Okay. How can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Allow mode. Thalassa was the greatest risk of being shot. At least that was just how much danger she was in. Troop Grammary's performances were very, very popular. So popular, they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We're not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Thalassa, yes? Ugh. Juice's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know! Part of his memory is still locked up. There's one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. Our leader, Magnify, was so inclined he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, and he would have hid a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Oh, he's got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident, and Magnify covered it up. His innocence would come into question. On the right address, Mr. Wright. So close. There must be something. About how Thalassa's death could have affected Zack and Valiant's relationship with Magnify. Still something to say. How could you possibly prove something you already have? Prove why Thalassa's accident is tied your hand so completely. With a person. Probably a person. It's not Spark Rushel. It's probably just Trucy, right? I'm gonna take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. This information proves why Magnify held so much power over you. Nope. Your choice if considering, actually. Keep your dreams, work an honest job, that's my advice. It was a tight-knit unit, all about the people involved. Their personalities, their histories. Who was Thalassa really? See your eyes, you still have something to say. You can possibly prove more than you already have. Let me take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. Accidental death of Zack's wife tied both of your hands. Information proves why Magnify held so much power over you. What is it? Is it the transferal of rights? Whereabouts currently unknown. Maybe Magnifi didn't actually tell them what happened to Thalassa. They were confident that they shot her, but they don't know what happened to her after. That could be what Magnifi was holding over their heads. It's really fucked up. Done. Okay. Lock it. Stamp. Has to be with a person. Too weird otherwise. They wouldn't prompt you evidence a person if it wasn't the one thing we haven't been able to do for most of this. Because in the other games, the first trilogy, we're able to just present people all the time. This one, there's specifically only ever opportunities to present people. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem.
Do you mean?
She was Zack Gremory's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi's only daughter. It was a terrible accident. The two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. Oh no, that's what it was. Okay, a lot more straightforward. Not fucking weird, hold it over their heads. Just, they fucking they murdered his kid. That wasn't a key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was.
It was. It was an accident.
You're in jail. How do you still have all these rabbits? Oh, I healed. Excellent.
There's no proof, none at all.
But Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together.
Ours was a complex family.
You mean Troop Grimiri?
The master, Magnifi Grimiri, his only daughter, and his two disciples.
It does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it?
Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident. But that's all it was, an accident. Zack and Valiant's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly straight towards that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist. And tragedy. As for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother. And Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It's all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls.
Why did Magnifi Grimiri try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died.
All I can say is that it was a critical time for Troop Grimiri. A passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valiant. We all sacrificed so that it could be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all, yet even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not.
What do you mean?
In time, we, myself and Zack, together we found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit.
I see. I guess I can understand.
I mean, he did lose his only daughter. But do you not find cowardice in his actions?
Huh?
To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing. Then to hang that death as a guillotine above their heads.
Things were dark behind the scenes of the Troop Grimiri, that's for sure. Does Trucy know?
He was not told, naturally. Who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life?
True.
I had not thought of that accident for a very long time.
Sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot.
Not to find Magnify's slayer, I should think.
True.
After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently.
A reporter?
He called himself a newsman at the time. I often spied him lurking in the dressing room, doing his research.
You happen to remember his name?
What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interview, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not.
I see.
His name, I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often.
I see. Thanks for your help.
It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. It will not uncover answers, only wounds.
I'm sorry. I began to notice the dark curtain hanging over Troop Gramarye, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman. I never learned who that was at the time. I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile, that sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Gramarye to this world. Sooner or later, I have to track him down. And kill him. Okay, so that's all 7 years ago. Drew Studio. Sunshine Coliseum. Oh, that opens up. Go to Sunshine. Oh god, why do we still have to talk to this fucking nerd? Oh, it's Valiant.
Well, this is a blast from the distant past.
Long time no see, Mr. Valiant.
7 years has it been. Frankly, I didn't think I'd ever see you again.
Actually, I came because there's something I wanted to ask you.
I've spoken to the press. I have nothing more to say.
I've spoken to a lot of people myself, and come to some conclusions. Then I realized I need to hear it from you.
I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years.
Because you couldn't perform Magnify's repertoire?
Do not be deceived. Valiant skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on the way.
Zack Gramarye.
His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought.
Zack Gramarye murdered our mentor and fled to escape the punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you?
I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner, Zack, vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press stand said.
I had no idea.
Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest.
They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were a vaudevillian distraction.
And here I must stand smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce?
I'm gonna suggest it's because you never made it clear what happened. Magnify's death is still a mystery to this day. Which is why I came here to get the answer from you. 2 of them. I knew you'd be seeing these sooner or later.
The audience has no business stepping upon this stage. They must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight.
Sounds an awful lot like something I'd heard 7 years ago. Alright, what am I looking for? I've got a lot of evidence. Let's see. Magnify's death.
Ask what you will, you'll get nothing from me.
I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened.
For 7 long years I've endured. Now finally the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our troop within my grasp.
Try to do this, Valiant. But right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valiant, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I have this.
And what might that be?
I see it bears the Grammary seal. You should have brought this to your attention sooner. But I didn't imagine you'd be planning your comeback quite so fast. What is it? Document showing the true recipient of the performing rights to Magnify's miracles. What? Zack Grammary. He wrote this. What? He passed everything to his daughter. Juicy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zack is gone. Vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zack was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Ugh. Whoa! I've only got one rabbit now. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? Not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnify, yes. It was Zack. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. You think there might be some way out of it? If you could prove Zack Grammary shot Magnify. Is that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Grammary? Didn't I get the... Oh, fucker. Alright, backing out a bit. Let's go to True Studio.
Well, what do we have here?
Remember me?
Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in a bar, end quote.
That's what you're doing here. Mr. Meeshram was poisoned, and his daughter is...
Oh yes, I know, yes. It caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he tracked down the case just a little quicker, end quote.
Were you on the trail of this case the whole time?
Zack Grammary was a good friend.
Zack said something to that effect back at the Vorspul Club.
What character, what a man. If a little, no, a lot. No, extremely rough around the edges.
I could ask you a few questions.
Oh, you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not the interviewee. Journalists ask questions, not the other way around, end quote.
Fine.
Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have asked me all sorts of things lately.
It was tragic what happened to Drew Meeshram and his daughter.
Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you?
Yes, a forged diary page.
And then I interviewed him. I found out something about Mr. Meeshram I hadn't known.
What's that?
No, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes, end quote.
Being watched? You mean he felt guilty?
No, I'm not talking about feelings here.
You know,
I feel watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets a tingling sensation on the back of the neck, freaks out, end quote.
Because you felt guilty?
Why would I feel guilty?
You felt like you were being watched, huh? Wonder what it all means. Drew Meeshram felt like he was being watched. And you along with him. Sure wasn't just nerves?
Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. But I felt it too. Journalist sure he's being watched, end quote. Don't you wonder why Zack Grammary got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. He completely vanishes from the courtroom. And for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. And just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made.
And then he dies.
Trying to put the pieces together, are we?
And you were being watched this whole time?
Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too.
Me?
I met Zack through that case, actually.
I mean the shooting of Magnifique Grimiri.
No, before that. It's not widely known.
You mean the accident during the quick draw shooting practice?
My. You're quite well informed. You should have seen me back then. I dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then. My days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now.
Gross. Valiant Grimiri did mention one particularly nosy reporter.
In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Grimiri at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it?
Really?
And Thalassa disappeared quite suddenly at that. Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalists catch a scent of a scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see?
Zack Grimiri.
Something strange was in the air over Troop Grimiri in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlled disciples scene started by then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of that all right. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can't tell me off the record. You can tell me off the record.
Sorry, I don't know.
Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zack. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times. But over time, he came to see me as one of his confidants. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, eh?
Waiting?
For his big comeback, of course. A big revival of Magnifique Miracle. Of course, it was all a dream.
Was it this? Performance rights.
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zack and Valiant?
Valiant waited until Zack died, legally at least.
Time finally comes, and Zack and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at Sunshine Coliseum, you know. That document sees the legal light of day. It's going to put a bit of a damper on his big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Grimiri. Lost out on his partner at work, and in love too.
Love?
It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples and their mentor's only daughter. But it's 3 sides and all of them pointy. A love triangle.
It's pretty classic.
Then you're in a performing troupe. That's your world. When you're a performing troupe, that's your world. It's like a family. One with an entire high school's worth of drama and intrigue and backstabbing.
In the middle of this, Thalassa has Trucy. And then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Mr. Russell? You know this person?
Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I never forget his wife. Thalassa Grimiri.
Oh, Thalassa Grimiri. Magnifique Grimiri's only daughter. You think you could tell me more about her?
Oh, why the heck not? So Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy, see? It was her second marriage, actually.
You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard of this one before.
Not quite. Her late husband was a performer, too. Apparently he died during some gig. Tragic, really. They'd only been married 1 year.
I didn't know.
Ah, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know?
Oh, look at those bracelets.
I've known Trucy since she was a little thing, too. Got the better deal, really. She's got you for family, after all.
What do you mean?
Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another child besides Trucy, end quote.
What? But Trucy said she was an only child.
Ah, yes. This one she had with her previous husband.
Her previous husband? First husband who died during a performance.
Yep. They had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now.
Thalassa had another child. Think I could borrow that photo?
Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know?
I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget.
People in Adventure all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Biggerer and biggerer. Don't you think?
I was too busy wondering about Biggerer to listen to what you were saying.
Sometimes. You gotta accept you won't be able to untangle it all, I think.
Maybe so, but still. I have to do what I can. I have to tell what tell what I find to those who come next.
Next, you say?
I'm not the only one who will close the curtain on this little play. Apparently, it's not my role anymore.
Magnifi. I was just wondering what Magnifi would think of all this.
What do you mean?
Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power.
You mean how I can't lie to Trucy?
It was the same thing with Magnifi. And with his daughter, Thalasha.
That's strange. He thinks that's some sort of Gramarye gene?
Magnifi told me once, back when Jack married Thalasha. He said Jack had good eyes. But not good like Gramarye's eyes. Not that good.
I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Who knows what the Gramarye secret was?
Maybe nobody, not a Jack gone.
That Gramarye. Plot has finally begun to reveal itself. It spread from a warp in the Gramarye fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Gramarye's power. Fucking what? Power which passed from Magnifi Gramarye to Thalassa, the next generation. And we once again need to meet. So Apollo is definitely Trucy's brother. Or half-brother, at least. When who bridged it all together. I'm still not 100% on what this context is. Other than for the benefit of the audience. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. What was it? Gun? Yeah, it was gun first, and I think it's gonna be photograph next. After this, I'm gonna present Apollo. Mr. Zack? I do not know. I don't see any power. I don't need power to see through this one, buddy. Someone else. Someone inherit Thalassa's power. It's a slim. It'll take a miracle to limit the truth, or maybe one has already occurred. Someone with the power, and I know who. Apollo Justice. This boy. Attorney. Ring. Missing link. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was your second. How did you know this? First husband, he died after a year. He died a year after they were wed, yes? He was a performer. He was a performer. They met when he joined us Gramarys as a guest in our show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. Couldn't help but notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They're a Gramarye family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in this picture. What? So that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack?
I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet.
I didn't know where the other one went.
She gave it to this boy, her son.
Hey, you got a twofer.
Yeah, Apollo's off the fucking wall, man.
Gramarye's secret.
A strange power. I do not know where it comes from.
From where it comes.
But the fact is that it has been passed down the Gramarye line. It runs in their veins.
What is it?
I asked her, Thalassa, once.
This is what she told me.
Power responds to tension in others.
Tension.
If she were to face a person and they became tense even slightly, she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her.
She could see it.
Not quite. This is the strangest part of all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular object. Or in her case, objects.
Objects. Wait. Were they just something... Wait, were they just something she wore?
Yes. Her bracelets.
I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt that there was more to it than just fashion. What kind of power could a bracelet have? What kind of power could a bracelet have?
I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift.
Hey. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two...
A brother and sister, yes. The brother too has this power of theirs.
Petrucci has an older brother. Wonder what will come of that.
Oh, Nick, you had them together forever.
Still right. The night after our game is done, we will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing, understanding. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt once again.
No kidding. What I want to know is how this all got so messed up.
Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It's said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth.
So they're temperature sensitive or something?
Yes. This is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrists.
And this has something to do with their power?
What have I told you? The Gramarye power reacts to tension in others. When a Gramarye senses tension, they too become tense. This tension translates into minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own.
Their muscle. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for.
The bracelet on, one can sense these contractions. Because the bracelet is always a perfect fit.
So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrist.
Yeah, it reads like it.
Precisely. That alone doesn't really count as mind reading.
I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight.
Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough.
Have you ever heard of a kinetic vision?
Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? Heard of it before? They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus.
Oh, but it is not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. Oh, pardon me. One must know the mind of the crowd before one may distract it.
So basically what you're saying is, Gramaryes can see really well.
For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing. Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus.
Things are starting to come into focus for me too.
Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time. What if someone could tell you when to focus?
Or something.
Precisely.
But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets.
We're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things Gramarye.
Thank you, Mr. Zack. This boy's bracelet is the real thing. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. Keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? Ah, I've said so much. Let me say one more thing. What I tell you of that night? That night? The night my mentor, Magnifi Gramarye, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifi's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifi Gramarye worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night, I could not shoot him. I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this, I give my art to you, Zack. What? Just thanks for playing along with my show. You got well tonight, Zack. Though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. Bah! Thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Of course I would have given Valiant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. You or Valiant were to shoot me on the head. Then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. Fitting end, don't you think? Ah. But this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack. And I am sorry. I have done much that was wrong in my day. Seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valiant's. Perhaps, but it is not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valiant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. Ah. Now here I am, and his dream is ended. Worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know. What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for our mentor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valiant helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? That night, Zack Gramarye was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing before he parted. This. His confession. To use as I saw fit. Given my concern, 7 years past, I, Zack Gramarye, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Gramarye. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from the court, and hereby confess to my crime. Of course, he killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with this old partner, Valiant Gramarye. There we go. Okay. We're almost to the end of the investigation. I turned down the music. I'm not ready for this energy. It's fucking 4 in the morning. I have this. I think there might be some way out of it. Hey, if you could prove Zach Gremory shot Magnify. Is that why you testified?
That's my way out.
It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valiant. All you need is a way to prove your case. You really killed Magnify Gremory. I believe I have the answer to your prayers right here. That Gremory wrote one more thing before he passed on.
This is a confession.
In which he admits the killing of Magnify Gremory. See? All according to your plan.
I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting dream. Yet it seems the tables have been turned. Now I am the audience believing in the deceptions I have wrought upon myself.
Zach wrote this right in front of me. After I explained your situation to him.
Alaka. Zong. Do you know that this confession is nothing but lies?
Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Gremory killed no one.
Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. 2 received instructions to kill, but if 1 is innocent, the one who remains is guilty.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes.
So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true.
Did you shoot Magnify Gremory in the forehead?
If I hadn't told you, what would you do? Run to the police, perchance. Do as you will, there is nothing left for me now. It is true, after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnify's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed a hold of me.
I know it. So Valiant Gremory did kill the great Magnify.
Ha. Sorry, Mr. Wright. It was not I who shot my mentor.
What? If it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there?
Another disciple, such as?
I don't know. Knack and Talent Gremory, maybe?
Your wild fantasies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Valiant received those threatening letters. But there was one more person who could have fired that pistol that night. I suppose you figured it out by now.
It wasn't Zack or Valiant who shot Magnify. And had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... What? Wait. You don't mean...
Yes, the great Magnify Gremory himself.
Magnify Gremory committed suicide?
You find it hard to believe?
To be honest, I hadn't even imagined that as a possibility.
When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him. But when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me.
So you spoke with Magnify Gremory?
Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnify transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner, Zach Gremory, not me.
I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it.
You owe me no apology.
Huh?
My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder.
What? Your crime? Is Valiant Gremory confessing something to me? What could it be more serious than murder?
You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There was no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnify's plan. He wanted to die by one of your...
Oh, he wanted to die by one of your hands?
Little did I expect it had anything to do with him and his... Little did I expect it had anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart.
The demon?
Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnify. And I plan on framing my partner for the crime.
What?
That night I prepared something before going to Magnify's hospital room.
Which was?
IV fluid, of course. I'd seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But
You didn't shoot him.
I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came. But then Magnum V called me back. I'm sorry, Valiant. I'm giving my magic to Zack, not to you. You still lack the draw he has. Please, help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That was when I heard that fateful gunshot.
Magnify Gramarye killing himself.
Then the demon awoke and knew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints. Then I used the syringe to add IV fluid I'd brought.
In the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Magnify died, and you framed Zack for his murder.
As planned, indeed. Of course, the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed, truly?
That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but...
Yes?
Glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valiant. Thank you.
As I should be thanking you, Mr. Wright.
Only when I had lost everything that I could make my decision. Going to turn yourself in?
My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. As my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts.
I understand.
I thought my life was ruled by a dead man. But I find I was wrong. For Zack Gramarye was alive.
Well, not anymore.
And now it occurs to me. What if he was not the only one who survived?
What do you mean?
You see, now that I think about it, I realize that we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body.
Her?
Mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies, forget this matter. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zack Gramarye. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you.
Okay. This is troubling implications. Zack Gramarye, Shady Smith. Every name you prefer, he's no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver. And the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew that I'd have to push back the darkness for good. It would involve paying that man a visit. Alright, that's it. There's just Gavin left.
Sorry, sir. Prisoner Kristoff Gavin is currently occupied.
I see. You know when he'll be finished?
Well...
Did you go find out?
Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment.
My apologies to the guard. There's something I need to see. There it is. A yellow envelope. The sender is... Drew Measham. I was right.
I to show you, Mr. Measham was at a desk. Seemed to be writing a letter. I quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene.
It's the last letter that Drew Measham wrote. There's something I need to do. Last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. See if this atroquinine spray finds anything. There it is. This was Drew Measham's messenger of death. It was the stamp all right, no mistaking it. His last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. Gotcha. The interview request came like you said it would. We're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. But please release the spell you've put on my daughter. I'll write a report. I'll write later with the report. So, Gavin was involved in the... He was involved in the Magnifi trial. He forged evidence. He put Vera under a spell. Let her go outside if she had the poisoned nail polish with her. Or maybe actually she had it. Maybe that he was no, I couldn't have been continuously sending it to her. He's been in jail for months. So, Release the spell you put my daughter under. I'll write a letter later to report. So he finally sent that letter. Christoph Gavin originally forged the evidence that got Nick disbarred. And then was the only one to speak in Nick's favor at the disbarment hearing. He did that to keep an eye on Nick. Because ostensibly they were friends, right? What's this? A burglar in jail. Gavin. I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but it's not much I care to discuss. Vera Measham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atroquinine poisoning. But it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right, wait. Yeah, Gavin? Do you mind leaving that letter? It's private. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Forgot I had it. Many thanks. No way. That stupid fucking hat is a camera? No way. Now we've seen all the clues in this case. Clues gathered over 7 long years. Now it's time. Every story has an ending. Come to the final chapter. The final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. What? I really want to see where this goes, but I'm so fucking fried right now. I can't do it. I gotta go to bed. Oh, it's so close. Fuck, I'm sorry. I've been streaming for fucking 8 hours now. I need to go lie down. Alright. Fucking shit's wild. This is... I fucking so called this. This is so complicated. Yeah. It's... Alright. I'll call it there. Thanks for hanging out, if indeed you still are. There is one trial left. And boy howdy, it's gonna be fucking compiling 7 years worth of evidence into one stupid fucking verdict to indict Christoph Gavin of fucking 28 counts of murder or something like that. So, yeah, I can't summarize everything we've learned. It's too much brain power. I'm not there at the moment. So yeah, fucking bye.